Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 3 of module 2. May we have a really good day here today, having carefully considered the alternatives. So in this module, we are touching upon, we might call them the 7 steps, but at a deeper level, we call them the 7 core dimensions of a sustainable generative change system. So they don't have to move necessarily in any sequence, as we'll see in our ending exercise today. But we're saying that you need to have an awareness and a skill to be able to activate a coach field, a positive intention that's in many modalities, a family of different resources, to really make sure you identify all the significant obstacles that are part of that system and find a way to welcome them in as guests into the tea ceremony. Then we really need to have this sense of a common music or common playing field that they're all playing. Remember, I've been noting that one of the problems is that these different states have fundamentally different states of consciousness. And so they're state dependent and self-locking. In other words, when I go into my problem, it's such a different vibrational frequency than the rest of my life that when I'm in my problem, that's all that's available to me. And that's what makes a problem unresolvable. It's that it's in isolation. I think this is, we say, the general principle underlying all persistent suffering is the isolation of a part of an experience from the rest of experience. That's why spontaneous healing, that's why creative development cannot happen, because that part is in isolation. So those are the 5 parts that we've covered so far: coach field, positive intention, identifying and welcoming obstacles, connecting to resources, finding a common ground for them all. And now on day 3, we're going to add these last 2 steps, which is about how to bring it into the world. Because as I'll be talking about, it's one thing to experience a really deep shift in the session or on your own or in a safe space. But we really want to appreciate nothing has really changed yet. What you get in the session is you get a taste of what's possible. Until you're able to step into the world and bring it into your everyday reality, it's not real. So we have 2 parts of that. We have the sense of what is it to make a commitment to do that? And then second, what is it to actually do the actions in some sort of ongoing way that we're really feedback sensitive and revising our action plan virtually every time that we do it. So that leads to this 3rd main conversation with the 7 steps. Remember, the first was connect to the field, bring out an intention. The second was connect to the obstacle, but feel all the resources that it can be in connection with. And now this 3rd conversation is feel the generative change inside and bring the generative change outside. So it's that conversation about going back and forth between the inner world and the outer world. In all of this, we're saying that to have sustainable generativity, to be able to make changes that last, our identity has to be in the system at large. It can't be in one part of the system. It can't be in just the part of us that really wants change. It can't be in ourselves as an isolated individual. The generative unit is a community of multiple contradictory parts that are woven in some sort of unified way. So the poem that I want to share this morning is a wonderful poem you'll hear in this regard. It's by one of our really great contemporary poets. I call her American. She's a Palestinian American. Her dad is from Palestine. He's a journalist. And her mom is American. Her name is Naomi Shihab Nye. She's really an extraordinary poet. If you like YouTube, for me, YouTube is one of the best social media things because you could track down anything. You can see all this music. You can follow one link to another link. You can hear all these people giving talks. And if you click on Naomi Shihab Nye, N-Y-E, you see her. She's a beautiful, beautiful, amazing woman with these luminous eyes. She lives in San Antonio, Texas. And in one of those talks, she mentions that she teaches poetry she has a group of students that are aspiring poets. And she says that one of the exercises that she gives them is for an hour in a day. She asks them to imagine they're inside a poem, that wherever they are in their life, it's a poem, and they're inside and they're moving within that poem. And to just let themselves walk and feel and speak as if they are in a poem. Don't you think that's a great exercise? I mean, if you're not a poet, I mean, it'd be just a really wonderful exercise. So this poem is what we call a prosaic poem. Means it's really a story that is poetically told. And it's really, I think, a poem for our time. And I'm sure you can feel in this an example of what we're calling creative mind. It's called Wandering Around an Albuquerque Airport Terminal. Albuquerque is the main city in New Mexico, the state of New Mexico in the American Southwest. And she was waiting for a plane, and this happened. And I want to point out that she will be speaking some Arabic. Sorry, I'm echoing here. Thanks. So you excuse. Haya, sorry if I mangle the Arabic. I do it honorably. But here's her poem. She says, after learning that my flight was detained for 4 hours, I heard the announcement. If anyone in the vicinity of gate 4A understands any Arabic, please come to the gate immediately. Well, one pauses these days. Gate 4A was my own gate. I went there. An older woman in full traditional Palestinian dress, just like my grandma wore, was crumpled to the floor, wailing loudly. Help, said the flight service person. Talk to her. What is her problem? We told her the flight was going to be 4 hours late, and she did this. I put my arm around her and spoke to her haltingly, and excuse my Arabic mispronunciations. Shudawa, Shubiduk Habibi, Shtani Shwe, Min Fadik, Shobit Sui. How'd I do, Haya? Okay. I'm glad nobody else. There's only a few. Okay, work on it, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Private
shit.
lesson. It's استني. استني means wait.
Okay, okay,
استني. استني.
great, thanks, thanks.
الدعوة.
Yeah. The minute she heard any words she knew, however poorly used, she stopped crying. She thought our flight had been canceled entirely. She needed to be in El Paso, Texas, for some major medical treatment the following day. I said, no, we're fine. You'll get there, just late. Who's picking you up? Let's call him and tell him. We called her son, and I spoke with him in English. I told him I would stay with his mother until we got on the plane, and I would ride next to her on Southwest Airlines. She talked to him. Then we called her other sons just for the fun of it. Then we called my dad. He's the Palestinian journalist. Then we called my dad, and he and she spoke for a while in Arabic and found out, of course, they had 10 shared friends. Then I thought, just for the heck of it, why not call some Palestinian poets I know and let them chat with her? This all took about 2 hours. She was laughing a lot by then, telling about her life, answering questions. She had pulled a sack of homemade mamoul cookies, little powdered sugar, crumbly mounds stuffed with dates and nuts out of her bag, and she was offering them to all the women at the gate. To my amazement, not a single woman declined one. It was like a sacrament. The traveler from Argentina, the traveler from California, the lovely woman from Laredo, Texas. We were all covered with the same powdered sugar and smiling. There are no better cookies. And then the airline broke out the free beverages from huge coolers, non-alcoholic. And the 2 little girls for our flight, one African-American, one Mexican-American, ran around serving us all apple juice and lemonade, and they were covered with powdered sugar too. And I noticed my new best friend, by now we were holding hands, had a potted plant poking out of her bag, some medicinal thing with green, furry leaves. Such an old country traveling tradition. Always carry a plant. Always stay rooted to somewhere. And I looked around at that gate of late and weary ones, and I thought, this is the world that I want to live in. This is the world that I want to live in. The shared world. Not a single person in this gate. So once the crying of confusion stopped, had seemed apprehensive about any other person. They took the cookies. I wanted to hug all these other women too. This can still happen anywhere. Not all is lost. So may we find that here in our community, and may we bring it into our own communities. I think we'd all agree that the world's in a really, really tough place now. And some days it seems like it's getting worse. A lot of great stuff happening, but the craziness gets more and more intense. The one of the main points of the creative mind is that comes from isolated consciousness. It comes from a sense of a consciousness that is primarily coming from a left analytical verbal brain. As I said yesterday, the neuroscience shows that the verbal brain the consciousness of the verbal brain does not feel the body in any direct way. And if you can't feel your own body, what do you think that means in terms of feeling the earth, feeling the forests, feeling your brothers and your sisters, feeling your communities? And if you don't have that feeling of connection, what does that create in you? What feeling do you have about yourself? What feeling do you have about your community? What ideas do you have about what needs to happen for you to have some peace or some sense of wholeness? I don't think we have to look too far to see the answers to those questions. So what we're looking to do is experience interconnectedness. What we're looking to do is find the pattern that connects, as Gregory Bateson's term, everything to each other, not as one big undifferentiated blob, but as this finely differentiated, ever more finely differentiated unitary pattern. So that's what we're looking to do. And we're saying without that as a base, nothing we do will bring lasting satisfaction. Nothing that we try to resolve will bring any sort of ecological solution to it. So we're looking to find wholeness and the creativity that's inherent in a mindful wholeness, and then live our lives from that. When we're doing the work in our communities, when we're doing the work with client, it always starts with ourselves. And every day is a great, great experiment. And we think, once we have these wonderful experiences, we somehow naively think, oh, now that's going to last forever. But most of the time, they're very ephemeral. It wears off fairly fast. So we need to have a kind, fierce recognition of that, and realize our practices that we do each day are the most important starting point. If you look at somebody like the Dalai Lama, who's a pretty mature, advanced, creative mind, if I think, as you'll find, he starts out, well, I think every morning with 4 or 5 hours of meditation. So you think this guy, he should be enlightened. He shouldn't have to do anything. He's already there. But the great masters realize, I'm only as good as my daily practice. I'm only as good as my daily practice. Maybe I mentioned that great Russian pianist who was considered the greatest pianist in the world. And he was in his 80s. And he was still practicing 4 hours a day. And the reporter said, why are you still practicing? You're the greatest. And he said, well, if I don't practice for one day, I notice. If I don't practice for 2 days, my critics begin to notice. If I don't practice for 3 days, my audience begins to notice. This is what you hear time and time again from the great ones, from people you think are so transcendent that they've arrived and they're there. But really, if you listen, they're the people who are most committed to practice. So in terms of talking about the step 6 and 7 today, you'll hear me talking about 2 types of commitments that are necessary to take whatever change you might have sensed in a session and to bring it into everyday life. One type of practices are specific commitments to making specific changes out in the world. I want to change my business. I want to change this my family relationships. Marta was talking about, of course, that she realized that she had big obstacles in relationship to her family, and did that inner work, and then realized I have to connect with them, and I have to start having conversations with them to make this change real. And what we heard, I was really appreciative, Marta, that you just mentioned that been a really interesting, amazing period for you in pursuing this deep transformation that you experience inside, bringing it into the world. So that's one set of commitments. The other is daily practices. And I highly recommend that if you're going to do a coaching commitment with somebody, if you're going to take somebody on as a coaching commitment, that you ask them to make a commitment to do daily practices at least 30 minutes, preferably 45 minutes each day. And the way that I put that is, listen, it sounds like you really want, there's something you really want in your life. So much that you're willing to take this time and the money and the effort to really pursue this in this coaching relationship. And I want to tell you professionally, if you really want to make these changes in any sort of lasting way, it will require you to make a commitment to self-care and to self-practices every day of your life. Because you're only as good as your state of well-being and as your state of centered wholeness. And that decays throughout the day. It's impermanent. You will lose it throughout the day. So if you want to be able to live your life at a really high positive level, you have to make a commitment to practices. So that is a condition that I have if we're going to do this coaching relationships, just for the simple reason, I think it would be a waste of your time and money if you didn't do this. It's not, I'm not trying to be a badass and impose this on you. I really telling you professionally what I think are minimal requirements for you to have any sort of lasting change. Okay. So in step 5, we're sort of formally doing, I think, what we were touching upon yesterday, which is taking these different chunks of your sort of change-oriented consciousness, the underlying context, the intention, the many obstacles, the resources, and weaving them together into one garment. And then you have a way to say this, you can only sort of point to it and say that's what I want to bring into the world. So let's start with an exercise with that. I think maybe it'd be good to have that, have this as a base before we talk any further. So I'm going to guide you through this process of about 15 minutes. It'd probably be better if you stand, but it's up to you. You should be able to do all these exercises sitting or standing. One of the most important things that we're studying in terms of how to enter generative state is the quality of connection when our mind or our awareness touches something. And we're trying to become very aware that we've learned this very hard, muscular way of thinking about something. So if we say, imagine a place where you really feel safe and open and connected. Usually, again, that's why I say if the eyes go up, that means that the person is thinking about it rather than entering in it. So to enter into it, we're looking to you're looking to feel your mind not as a hard substance, but as a luminous, mindful presence that as you touch something, you open into it. Hope that doesn't sound too weird, but that's especially the quality that I want you to invite you to sense, because that allows you to shift from I'm this isolated, lonely ego to I am community. I am community. So to do that, we start with a good posture. And what I mean by a good posture is that relaxed body, straight spine, and breathing is the first mental awareness. Okay. That's because we want to think of our body mind as an open channel. We don't want to think of it as this closed system that's imposing something, but we're an open channel. So straight, it's posture. You feel that heaven and earth channel. Feel yourself breathing up and down through that channel. And one sort of interesting thing that you can experiment with is feeling your mind inside of your whole spine and breathing from the inside of your spine up and down. So, what would it be to feel your mind inside of this beautiful, luminous, fluid channel inside of your spine? And what would it be to breathe your awareness inside of your spine, all the way up? And then the crown of your head just becomes like a lotus flower opening. And you feel that sense of awareness open to the heavens. We've heard so many people talk about the stars, the sky, the wind as really one of their main reference structures for a coach field. Just feel breathe continuously, just a continuous awareness of breathing inside of the spine, all the way up. And you might find it helpful, almost like a tree, to open your arms like the branches of a tree as you feel that luminous awareness open from the crown of your head, like the branches of a tree will lift up into the sky, still feeling grounded, rooted as a tree, lifting, opening, spreading out to the stars, to the sky, to brother sun, sister moon, just to feel that beautiful sense of your consciousness moving through the human channel up beyond human consciousness into the sky. And feeling how that moves down through your body, through the inside of your spine, through the inside of your blood vessels, the inside of your organs. Heavy, warm purification dropping. And to feel as your mind drops through the soles of your feet into the earth, just beautiful, luminous roots opening. So that's something you're tuning to. You're not trying to consciously imagine it as an external image. You're using it as a general image for what your body, mind, consciousness can become. That's always the starting place. And you know that you're there because all of your internal dialogue will start to dissolve. That's the sign that you're centered. That's the sign that you're tuning to your true home as a centered field. So if you feel during that process, well, I'm not relaxed, I still have a critical voice, rather than attacking the voice, explore where in your body there's blocks, where in your body there's numbness. Just be affectionate. Just be very sweet about it. You start to realize, wow, I carry such chronic tension in my eyeballs, my forehead. Let's get luminous, liquid, like a body of light. And just follow that all the way up through the spine, the inside of the spine, open to the heaven, coming back down through the spine. And even that, hopefully you begin to remember, I'm not just this single human being stuck in a very brief moments of time. I'm the consciousness that creates everything. Words may sound strange, so just find natural words. And from that, begin to feel the places, the spaces in the world where you've really sensed that, really sense the vast, vast expansiveness of your deeper consciousness. We've heard many places about nature, the forests, the mountains, the air. Feel some of your deepest spiritual experiences. Many people, when you talk to them, have one or two experiences that they've had that they'll remember the rest of their life. Like, oh my God, I had this spiritual awakening of some sort. If you can remember such, go back there. Know that as your true home. Open up. Now, in that place, you're not drugged. You're not putting yourself to sleep. You're actually feeling it as a place where you can wake up, where you can be as aware as you've ever been in your life, as a place where you can see clearly, where you can think deeply, where you can feel compassionately. So let yourself feel that as the coach field, a beautiful, beautiful place. Spiritual, natural. I heard some ancestor fields yesterday. To feel that place and then feel this is not a place where you are erased. This is a place where you awaken. This is a place where you become more and more yourself. And you feel those two parts of the field. I'm here, I'm me, I'm everywhere. I am the field, center, open field. And let yourself see if you can find what would be a movement that expresses that place. Might be very, very subtle. It'd be the movement. My teacher, Milton Erickson, was paralyzed His mind moved in so many ways, even as his body was paralyzed. So it doesn't have to be a wild physical movement, though it can. But find a way to think from that place, to feel from that place, to move from that place. I am this great, great integrated field. I am. And this is my dance. Let it all become alive, filled with consciousness, filled with the longing to open into connection. I am the field. And from there, using that as a base, you feel you are so lucky. You've been given a human life. You're so lucky. You've been given this wonderful, wonderful body. This amazing, amazing human life. So even as you feel yourself, I am the wholeness of the world. I am also this little flickering spirit of me. That you have come here uniquely. You're one of Indra's pearls. The way that you feel, the way that you know, the way that you experience the universe. Nobody has ever, ever seen before. So let yourself sense then the second step. What is it that you're here to bring into the world? What is it that you want to bring into life? What is your intention? And as we've been exploring, you may first find that as a movement. Don't force yourself to think it verbally first. Find it as a movement. Let it start coming. Your body knows. Your body is the closest to your deepest awareness. Let your body, ask your body, begin to make a movement. What I am here to live is. What I am here to bring, to lead, to create. And find that again as a movement, rhythm, resonance, repetition. And as you find that movement, just feel the words, the people, the places, the ways, that deep underlying intention can create in the actual world. What is your intention? What is your intention? And throughout the process, just keep noticing the times when your body is locked, you're thinking from your head. That's what we've been trained to do. That's what we're noticing and releasing every day. I sing the body electric. I sing the body electric. I sing the body electric. And feel that beautiful statement of intention. So we were exploring on the first day is being right at the edge of just the great open ocean of consciousness. And I'm also one wave that comes out of the ocean, one breath, one body that brings that connection into the world. Those are the first two steps. As you continue that continuity, continuous rhythm, continuous breath, no gaps, then you can begin to get to know all the places of darkness or curses, or obstacles that have been taken on in your system. most of them long before you could choose, that you could decide, that you could be aware. You'd be carrying some shadow fields from your family, from your culture, and go on that search, but keep the rhythm. Open to that awareness, but feel the field. Feel your positive intention. And let any of those obstacles flow into that positive space with you. Remember Ophelia's work yesterday. She had the heavy weights on her shoulders. I'm just talking about saying to them, hey, welcome, welcome, welcome. And to be able to welcome, you have to find your own dignity, your own strength, your own wholeness, your own kindness, your own body. And then gladly say, welcome. Recognizing those obstacles, something wanting to be healed, something wanting connection. And feeling your interest only in a way that keeps you connected to your deeper source. I am the field. Feel that movement. Feel the images, feel the places. Let them speak to you. Like the woman who was speaking into Martin Luther King's ear, saying, preach it, I'm with you. Feel the support that you have. And then feeling what it's like not to live in terror, not to live in a prison, trying to avoid your obstacles. Bring them into a place deeper than any wound, deeper than any limitation. Your unconditional consciousness. Welcome. Keep moving. Keep moving. The great Duke Ellington used to say, if it ain't got that swing, it don't mean a thing. Let your consciousness swing high, swing low, sweet chariot. Keep moving and bring the obstacles. Notice, as Ophelia was sharing yesterday, when you sincerely touch them with loving kindness, welcome. I'm not going to let you act out. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Feel how to touch them. Feel how to bring them into the spaciousness of your own luminous self, so that they can dance, they can move, they can shake that thing. And feel that sense, I am the field. Movement, images, memories, whispers. I'm an unbroken human spirit, intention, positive commitment. I'm here to welcome and heal all of my wounds, all the places where I had to leave life. I need my wholeness. I need my sobriety. I need my health. All of me. Why not take all of me? And feel that sense of the obstacles, and noting each time that you dance the obstacles, do they change? What's their shape? What's their texture? And you begin to realize they have no fixed, innate structure or form. There's beautiful, beautiful parts of the psyche that can be touched with love and kindness and skillfulness. And feel that. And then to feel also so many beautiful things to support me in this. So many, so many resources. So you let yourself open the channels. Remember Julia from St. Petersburg talking about opening the channels, and an old ancient Russian healer woman appeared. Open the channels. And she found the beautiful gift of her operatic voice, saying, "It's time to sing again. Open the channels. You have so many friends of the soul, so many allies, so many beings. Dance them in, breathe them in, feel them become part of the mosaic. Feel them enter in their colors, their energies, their eyes, their heart, their laughter, their touch. Dance them, move them, be them. All different parts of the beautiful, beautiful, multi-layered, incredible dance of creative life. And then let yourself take a few minutes just to maybe speed that up or go a little bit deeper and feel what it's like to touch one and then the other, and then the third, and then to do two at the same time, and to do three at the same time. No fixed linear structure, but feeling yourself dance. Let's try this. Let's go over to the obstacles. Yay. Hey, let's dance. Let's move. Let's sing. Show me your wound. Show me what happened. Show me where you're trying to heal. And at any point, your mindfulness becomes a little weak, fall over into the resources, roll in them, hear the dogs barking, dance the salsa, hear the saints, remember the people that have blessed you. We need to have a little bit more of this, a beautiful meal that you're creating with a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of that. And that sense of weaving, beautiful, sweet and sour, spicy, beautiful, stir fry of the soul. Stir fry of the soul. I feel what it's like to begin to dance the integral mind. In you, woven in every cell, is the beautiful, beautiful wholeness of life. Dance it, feel it, open to it. In you, in that same cell, you feel that sense of a deep, deep calling or commitment. I've come into the world to make a contribution. Come into the world. What Malidoma Somé, the great West African healer, says, everybody has come into the world because they have a gift to give. Everybody has come from the spirit world. He says in his West African tradition, the elders take a baby into the circle and ask them, why have you come? Feel that. Why have you come? And feel that dance is part every cell permeated. And to feel you carry the great suffering, the great wounds, the great sorrows of life as well. We all do. Feel in every cell is the woundedness, the sorrow of life. Dance it. Dance it as your heart breaks free on the open sky. Dance it. Calling, service, suffering. And to feel we get by with a little help from our friends. Damn, you're so lucky. Think of all the people that love you, all the ancestors, all the teachers, all the dogs and cats, all the trees, all the friends. Uncountable resources. We love you. We're with you in every cell of your being. We're with you. And let yourself dance that as if there's no tomorrow, just now. Dance that. And to feel the dance in which every dimension is woven into one mosaic, the suffering, the joys, the wholeness, the individuality and uniqueness, all one taste, one love. Let's get together and feel all right. And to feel how that begins to breathe and to move into the very structure, your thinking, your mind, your feeling, your dreams, your embodiment. Carries that deep, implicit base of wholeness. Every breath you take, every move you make. You can feel that sense of the integral unity of life. That's always the base that we're looking to find our rituals, find our communities, find our songs, find our dances, find our meditation. Every day, remember who you are. Remember the vast, vast home to which you belong. Remember. 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 And you can feel as the last piece, part of this, what we've been exploring, touching upon, concentrating on the last 3 days, as we begin to start to approach a threshold, re-entering the world. What about this? What of all this do you most want to bring back to your everyday life? What communities, which parts of your life do you most want to bring this interconnectedness, bring this higher consciousness, bring this memory? Pick 1 or 2 places. Say, over the next weeks, I really want to make a commitment, honor myself and all my relations, to bring this into this part of my life. In Joseph Campbell's hero's journey, the last step of the journey is bringing it back into the community. It's not always easy. Some people end up upon crucified for it. But it is incomplete until you're able to share it and bring it into your community in some way. So let yourself identify at least one, maybe two places where you really, really want to bring them. And feel yourself make a commitment, feel yourself extending to that part of your life, the people, and that part of your life, yourself, who sometimes struggles, and feel the pleasure of wholeheartedly making the commitment to bring this deeper, wholehearted, creative mind as a test, as a gift, as a contribution, as a way to make it real. As we'll see a little bit later in the session, there's a lot of challenges to that. Let yourself start here with a sense of where do you want to bring this into your life? What sort of commitment? Which relationships? Could be your work, could be your relationship to your body, a relationship to an intimacy relationship to your community, a political, social justice area, a place in the environment where you feel a calling to stop the rape of Gaia. Feel what it is to begin to bring this into the world. That's where the really, really beautiful part of the journey begins. Make the commitment. Make a solemn promise. That's how things change. And feel at your very, 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 very center. Remember in the David Bohm physics theories, the very, 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 very center of every molecule, of every particle, is an open tunnel into the vastness of the ever-present origin. So feel that as your base, your center. Underneath your thinking, your drama, your plotting, your ego, come back to center. And let yourself experience gratitude for yourself, gratitude for all the beings, both your enemies and your friends, who allow you to continue to awaken. Gratitude towards the beauty of the planet, the forests, the ocean, all the animals, the plants. Gratitude towards the ancestors, to the spirit world, however you might experience that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So lucky to feel my connection with you. Thank you for your support. And then in the great Virginia Satir tradition, make love to yourself, hug yourself. Your body goes through so much. And the deepest part of our bodies is almost unbearably delicate, almost unbearably vulnerable. Needs a lot of love. It has to start with you. Every day it has to start with you. So love that beautiful body in terms of how it is, not how it compares to some advertising image. Just the beautiful human body. Wow. Wow. So lucky. And find those words to say, I love you. I love you. I love you. And then take a deep breath and draw completion to that for now. So that is an example of what we can do with people as an integration. It's an example of a practice that you can be doing. There's 10,000 ways to do it. We're looking just to open, to become, to be with, to welcome each of these different dimensions of our generative self. Nice work if you can get it. Okay, 15-minute break, and we'll come back in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Okay, thank you, Andre. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. And this takes a little time for any sharing or any questions. We've got about, I think, 15 minutes for that. So if you'd like to speak, particularly like to invite people that have not had a chance to speak yet. So you know the routine, push the reaction button and your hand up. Okay, I see there's somebody there.
See the name,
Anna.
please, Roxanne.
Yeah.
Anne Prestwood.
Oh,
No?
Anne.
Yeah, and Prestwick.
Anne.
Hello.
Hi. Hi. You want to introduce yourself, Anne?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Anne. My normal work is as a delivery driver, and I've been working without knowing it, doing all this coach stuff. And I had no idea what I was doing. I made it up. I thought I did, but now everyone's doing it, and it's really weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, welcome. Welcome. Is there something you wanted to share or ask or?
Well, I find it really overwhelming how much healing goes on live. I mean, is that normal with your work?
I'm afraid so.
Yeah, it's just I feel like I've stumbled across a miracle, and
Yeah.
it was what I always hoped was true, and it is true. So just so thrilled.
That's awesome. Where do you live?
Milton Keynes, which is in England.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Wow. Well, I think it bespeaks of how much longing that we have for experiences like this and for healing, and the power of community. And obviously we're in sort of new territory with having it primarily or almost exclusively in the virtual realm. But you can see that it has some advantages. But yeah, it's great, huh? I think it's amazing.
Yeah, just big thank you. I didn't know what I was letting myself in for.
How did you find out about it? About the whole training?
You've got a lady called Eileen Corley.
Yeah.
Well, I had some sessions with her on an online kind of counseling platform, and it was just mesmerizing. Something happened.
Yeah.
And she just casually mentioned that you had some videos about this, which basically you just talked through this coach routine. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of what I've been trying to get happening in my mind. And I watched some of your videos on and realized you were coaching me as you were speaking, and and then I signed up.
Awesome. Well, welcome. I just want to point out what the alternatives are. I think we all are appalled. I don't know what the right word is, by just the incredible violence and suffering and inhumanity that seems to be ever growing in the world. Those are expressions of that same consciousness trying to wake up. Those are expressions of that sort of deeper spirit world trying to come into the human community in one way or another. And so when our cultures and our communities and our individual practices don't allow that and don't welcome that, that's what all the symptoms, I think, are expressions of. So we're sort of really trying to sense, one way or another, spirit's going to get you. One way or another, this stuff, this non-rational stuff that is 95% of consciousness is coming out one way or another. So because I think it's an unstoppable process. There's a lot of longing for, God, could there be places where we can do this with kindness and love and as a way to bring communities together. And so to me, that's, you know, what this work and a lot of other work just is trying to do in that regard. So thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. And Andre, I'm wondering if who's ever speaking, if we can get them into the frame with me. So who else? Yeah, not on mine.
She was in the frame, Steve.
Oh, not what I was seeing. I went from speaker to gallery, and on speaker is just one of us or the other.
So
Okay,
you can
so-
check on YouTube.
So guys, raise your hand if you have a question
In reactions.
like this. Let's see. Oh,
Okay.
Mr. Russell and Cornelia Mason. I see both of them.
First it was Cornelia.
Sorry, Julian. Cornelia's in the queue, as you Brits like to say. Cornelia, go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I wanted to say how, so in the past, you know, the couple of modules we've had so far in my group sessions, it has felt like it's all been one connected session. And I thought that with each one, I'd have a different question, a different intention, and I'd come with various ones. But it's starting to feel like it's just been one unfolding question that's not at all what I thought it was going to be, but it was an even more fundamental, comprehensive question, a deeper one. So that's cool. And then the second thing was, I was kind of imagining how this would, in a practical way, impact my life, because it just feels like we're doing all these, you know, imagining things, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But in fact, it's had a very direct impact on my, for example, just my family relationship in the past month. And I thought at some point I would come to be able to deal with that. But it appears that already the very real transformation is happening in the way that I'm relating to my children, my sister, you know.
How many kids do you have, if I might ask?
Say that again.
How many kids do you have?
I have 3 and a
Wow.
new grandson.
Wow, you're generative.
So yeah, so I'm really blown away. It's a direct impact and going, you know, very deep in apparently a comprehensive way that I wasn't seeing until just now getting glimpses of. So thank you for that.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great. And you know, again, one of the main practical points that we're making is once you open the channel so it touches through your body, then the magic starts to happen. And we're just trying to get clear on, you know, from day one, how most of us have been educated to not think through our body, to not really listen and trust, and that once it starts going through the body, then the creative experience is there. You feel it, it's opening in all these different ways. And then you have the challenge, how do I guide this baby? You know, a little bit, I think parenting is really a good sort of metaphor for it. You know, you realize, I mean, kids, they're embodied consciousness, right? And the whole universe is coming through each one of those kids. You know, when my daughter's now 29, as I said, but you know, she was 3, people would say, she's so cute. I said, yeah, she's really cute, and she's so much more.
Yeah.
You know, because everything in the universe touches a kid at least twice in a day.
Mhm.
And they need a little steering, right? So, you know, we all know that those of us who are parents, we have this sort of interesting challenge. How do we help our kids become social citizens
Yeah.
without damaging their spirit?
Yeah. And I'm finding just in the last couple of days how what I'm doing here for myself is just generating really interesting conversations with them that I could not have planned. The opportunities are coming. Yeah, so that's interesting. And also what you said about the body, as we were just doing, you know, this process, I had a rhythm going. And then as soon as I brought, you know, you mentioned obstacles and my sister came, I completely lost my rhythm. I was just like, oh, wait, what? I was like two left feet. So that was interesting.
You mean she came in your imagination? She didn't actually knock on the door.
Correct. You know, as we thought about obstacles, I'm like, oh yeah, my sister. And then I was like, I can't dance.
And that's really the sort of insight we're trying to have, is that what makes it an obstacle is that we've learned that to shut down our body when we come into connection with that part of our life. And when we realize, okay, well, that happened, it happens a lot, but it continuing to be an obstacle comes from this automatic shutdown where I lose that somatic rhythm and that somatic channel that connects me, you know, to the world and connects me to all my resources. So that's what we're trying to introduce, is a way to mindfully notice our somatic state in every moment. And what's really important is to develop deep affection for how many times we shut down during the day. You know, it's what we do at that point where we realize once again, yeah, I fucked up. Once again, I didn't, you know, achieve my great plan of staying open or whatever. And that is going to happen just whatever we do, no matter how enlightened you are, probably at least 100 times a day. Morihei Ueshiba, who was the founder of Aikido, was perhaps an apocryphal story. His students were talking to him and they said, "Oh, sensei, you never lose your center. You're always present." And he said, "Nonsense." He said, "I lose my center as much as the next person. I just come back faster. I don't go to the bar for 5 days. I don't, like, you know, hold grudges and that motherfucker, I'm going to get even with them. You know, I don't blame myself. I just say, wow, okay, I lost my center. Aikido, we're always training, give up your center when you lose it. So if you try to, you know, if you feel yourself losing your balance, you don't shut down, you actually go with it and go into a role, and in the role, find your center again and come back. So those are probably the most important places, I think, that we can, I don't know if the word you'd want to use is improve, is just be noticing the many, many places where we're conditioned to crash. And then to have creative nonviolence and affection for those places. It's what we do at those places. That's where most people, you know, I say, I studied learning theory. You know, my PhD is from Stanford in cognitive psychology. So I was in universities for 10 years studying learning theory. I say, if there's one thing that learning theory can be able to contribute to the general public, is that punishment does not help any new learning. But we believe it does for ourselves. You know, damn it, you're supposed to stay open to your sister. You know? So you say, oh, that's interesting. There's that part of me that's scared again. Welcome.
Thank
you, Cornelia.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing. Okay, one more. Or who's in line there?
Julian. Julian.
Julian is the next.
Actually, it was really a brief logistics point, Steve, which was that just on my, Oksana says that we raise the hand through reactions, but in my operating system, my version of Zoom, you find it under participants at the bottom of the page, which is raise hand, lower hand. So that was all. I just wanted to mention that if you can't find raising the hand under reactions, which Oksana was suggesting, you'll find it under participants. That's all I had to say.
Okay, great. God, Julian, usually you're so deep.
Thank you, Julian.
One more student.
Okay, one more. Yeah.
Karina Elsner.
Corina is the next.
Yeah, okay, great. Hi, Karina. You're on. You got to turn on your mic. So turn on your mic. No, there you go.
Okay. Hey, I just want to say thank you for your work. I'm so glad I found you, and especially the work with the obstacles, because I realized how often I don't want to have things or
Right.
me in a certain condition, and that really helps. Just when we did the exercise, it was like dance with the obstacle. Also, Eva is very helpful with that, I think, and it was like it wasn't an obstacle anymore.
Yeah, yeah. Although it probably will become in the future again.
Sure. You have to, it's a way of practice. It's a way of
Yeah,
practice.
but like I was just saying with Cornelia, you're realizing the way when it appears as an obstacle, when it appears as this terrible thing, that's really a mirror of my state.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying there aren't really difficult challenges or there's not obnoxious people, but we're not really looking at that. We're looking at when you are in connection with those, and it shuts you down so much that nothing else is possible for you. And that's in your relationship with it. So we're saying, okay, when I see those obstacles, or I hear myself blaming or criticizing myself or others, that's a sign I'm in crash in some place. And I need to make friends with that place. Where are you from?
I'm from Germany, especially, looking back through those hard times, I think those were the times where I learned the most.
Yeah,
I didn't want to have them, but so I just wish that one time I came to the situation where I met an obstacle and I say, welcome. That would be a goal or intention.
Great. May that be your intention.
Well, probably my intention is to be a useful cell.
I hear that. I hear when you say that, I hear it touch me here. I can feel you say it really authentically.
And you touch me, and also the poems. Thank you for that.
Great.
That's
You're
all
welcome.
I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's talk just a few minutes about these next steps before we do the demo. And we're going to go to the slides. And here we are. And okay, so this is what we obviously just did, which is step 5. And now we're sort of going over to the other side, which is how to bring these into the world. So in the step 6, we're beginning to just gather up what we experienced, what touched us, what we learned. And, I've been doing it at the end of each session, just briefly and straightforwardly. Then we're saying this is what I want to really make happen in the world. Our vows are really the deepest generative acts that we can make. right? So that sense of my intention is when the obstacles do come, that I have a skillful, positive relationship to them. That can become your vow or your commitment. We live our life according to our vows. Most of the vows that we live from are childhood promises that we make that are more often than not negative vows. So I've asked thousands and thousands of people, how many of you remember making a vow when you were a child that you were never going to be like your mom or your dad, right? And let's just see here. I'm going to turn on gallery. Let's see. Go. How many of you made promises when you were a kid that you were not going to be like your mom or your dad? You raise your hand. How many of you never even had that thought whatsoever? So and how many of you realized it was just a matter of time before whatever you saw your folks struggling with became your struggle? You know, it's just waiting there for you. So we just want to appreciate that the vows that we make as kids often are the vows that we have to break as adults. And to realize the vows I made as a kid were to protect myself. Was to have this promise not to get annihilated. Never let somebody see me, never trust anybody, never, do what my parents are doing. And those are all crash state vows. And again, we're just appreciative that that was the best thing that we could do at one point in our life. Most of us make those dissociations, and then we go forward with the rest of our lives. So we sort of separate out some part that's just too much to deal with. And another part of ourselves goes forward. And for most people, they do a lot to create a life beyond the place where they were traumatized or had to dissociate. I believe very strongly, from working with people on this issue for 40 plus years, that is precisely at the point that a person has developed the resources to integrate their wounds, that's when it reactivates. So it's coming back. The symptom is coming back because your intelligence recognizes you have the resources now to be able to deal with this. It's just that as it starts to activate, you automatically regress and go back into that little self all shut down. And so you don't believe that you have the resources to integrate it. It's one of the things that we can do as a coach for a person. We're not recklessly throwing a person back into their trauma. I hope you've been hearing that I've been saying you really start with this sense of building the resources, building the grounding, and very, 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 very carefully then are looking at how they can begin to approach these deep pockets of themselves that have been wounded or contaminated and begin to reclaim them, partly because the cost of putting all that energy on making sure that you don't touch those places, you spend a lot of your energy, and you have to turn into a pretty paranoid, hypervigilant sort of being to do that. Secondly, and not intuitively obvious at first, inside of the deepest wound of your being is the deepest part of your spirit. That's why it hurts so much. So that place that's hurting It's not the wound. It's not the bad things that happen. It's the place that your deepest spirit that was touched by that. And what is hurting is the longing of the spirit to be able to come into the world. So the suffering marks the place where the deepest part of a person's creative spirit lives. It's just that it's got this clothing on it, which is this frozen crash version of what happened when the spirit was coming into the world at an earlier time. It was met negatively, it went into freeze, and your mind basically got hypnotized by the negative experience. It's just the way that we humans tend to operate. So when we go towards an intention, we are anticipating that a lot of obstacles will come up because those obstacles carry the resources that are needed for us to move forward in our life, right? So this is what we're doing in step 6, is starting to get a sense that it's really, what I really want to do is make a positive commitment in my life to connect to everything skillfully, safely, creatively, because I either am connected to the wholeness of my being, or I really don't connect to anything. All right, so this next step is just go ahead and do it. There's Bruce Lee. And I was saying earlier, we're thinking of different parts of this just do it. We're realizing it only becomes real. And that's where the real satisfaction is. That's where the real fulfillment is. That's where the real happiness comes. Only when you make it real in the world. It doesn't happen in the session. It's the possibility is touched in the session. You got to go bring it into the world in order for it to become real. So in order to do that, we realize it's not an instant process. A lot of people carry this fantasy, if I just have the right relationship, if I just have the right coaching session, if I just make enough money, then all of my problems will disappear forever. Grow up. Grow up. If you're a living being, you'll have problems in every area of your life. You have a car, you'll have car problems. If you have kids, you'll have problems with your kids. If you have an intimacy relationship, you'll have intimacy relationship problems. If you have a body, you'll have body problems. It's there. So the commitment is feeling the sort of the vulnerability of the body, the woundedness, and using that as a base to continue your growth, not requiring yourself to be perfect, not requiring that you meet some sort of should or some sort of standard. You set the goals, you do it to the best of your ability, you take what you get and you appreciate it, you integrate it, and then you try it again. So as I was saying, there are these two parts. One is, what is it specifically? Where do you want to make this change? What do you need to do in order to make that change? And then secondly, what are your practices to connect to yourself every day of your life? Because you're only as good as your connection to your individual self and your connection to the world. That's the underbelly that will determine the quality of your experience. So if you're feeling unstable, if you're feeling out of whack, you won't be able to do anything else that you really want to do in the world. So this commitment to practice is really, really important. I do about 2 hours of practices every day. I'm really, really busy. I have learned that if I don't do at least 2 hours of practices, I'll probably be hospitalized. Okay. So you really want to recognize self-care Self-connection is the base for everything else. Now, when you say this to people, 95% of the people that I talk about this with say, it's a great idea. You're totally right. But I'm too busy right now. When I get time, then I'll do it. Beep, beep, illegal answer. When has life ever given you time for yourself? Never, 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 never. You have to take it. You have to take it. You have to make it a non-negotiable commitment. And if you do, I guarantee you, so I say to clients, you will find that you have more time in your day to do everything else that you need to do or part of your responsibilities. But if you don't have the time to create the spaciousness and the groundedness, the centered, open, aware, positively connected, hospitable, COACH, coach, the rest of your life, you're going to be really not able to do high quality work, and you won't be able to do much. Okay. So all of that, we say you have to hold yourself accountable. And in the coaching session, you need to have people keep diaries or records so that you can be able to see, what did you do? What happened? What do we need to do in that response? So here's just the slide on commitment to daily practices. This I usually really suggest 45 minutes. Part of those practices are what we would call quieting practices, where you're just settling down, letting go of your performance. That's what Ophelia was touching upon yesterday. I just need to let go the sense of high performance and just chill. But another part, you say, are practices of performing at high levels in the world. So that what we're going to end with today would be like a rehearsal or a timeline where you're saying, okay, I'm going to go home to my family, or with Cornelia was just talking about a struggle with her sister. So when I talk with my sister, what I want to be able to do is have this coach date. And so I rehearse it, and I go through and start to integrate into my mind in my relationship with my sister, whatever the crash relationship might be, some way of acting in some sort of positive way. So those are two types of practices that we have. So sorry. The other thing I want, this is one of the new slides that that was sent to you last night, my last night. At the end of the session, really, really helpful is to ask your client to just fill out a quick feedback form. You can now have this digitally. So a person can go to a website, or you could send it to them, and they can fill it out on the computer. Of all the research on outcomes, therapy, also coaching, this will give you the biggest bang for your buck. If you just have your client tell you at the end of each session for 4 or 5 minutes, tell me, was this session helpful for you? You know, and those basic sort of questions there. Did you feel heard? Did we miss something? If you get that feedback, what's interesting, even if the coach doesn't read it, it makes a significant difference for the client to fill it out, because it begins to ask the client to be responsible for their work. It begins to ask them to sense, is what we're doing, is what the coach doing with me, is it working? Does it fit? Is it allowing me to do what I need to do? Is it leaving out something? So this is another thing that you can do in terms of this post-session work. Now, here comes the interesting part. What you will get from the commitment and the homework and all the things that a person says they're going to do after the session, the types of responses that you get are some of the most helpful thing in terms of adjusting the coaching to have a sense of what's working, what needs to change in the work with this person. So sometimes the person comes back and says, wow, that was really, really helpful. It was so good. I did it and it really made a difference. You heard this from some of the people. You heard it from Marta's feedback. I actually went and had these conversations, and some of it was tough, but it was really, really great. And I did it, and I feel fantastic. More commonly, you get two other types of responses. One is, I didn't do it. Right? That's a red flag. Okay? It's really easy for people to show up for the session, to be totally committed in the session, and then just to forget about it after the session. That happens more often than most people care to admit. So when a person says, well, I got too busy, or, well, I kind of just forgot. But so that is telling you something is not really connecting with the whole system. So we're checking motivation. How important is this to you? It's really important that your interest in having the person make positive changes isn't stronger than the client. So if you feel that you're trying to be a cheerleader, like, come on, you can do it. Come on, I believe in you. Watch it. Okay. It just doesn't work very well if you're taking on the primary positive coach motivator role for the person. You really have to find change must come from within. So you're really saying, do we have the motivation? We're going back to, do we need to come back to what is it that you need to arrange in your life to make this happen? Sometimes people realize my schedule, the way that I organize my life, is so saturated, from the moment I get up to the moment I crawl into bed, I don't have any time for me. My time just gets totally swallowed by my family commitments, by my job. I'm always just giving other people all of my attention. So this becomes a really important idea, because the symptoms are always your friend in this regard. You realize, when I don't take care of myself, I feel just caught up in this, but I'm miserable. I'm starting to develop more and more symptoms. I'm not enjoying my life. I'm not really being the person I want to be. And we're saying that the first thing that tells you is you're not doing self-connection as your primary focus. This is a learning. For women, it's usually a little harder, because women, I'm speaking generalizations, of course, but you're told your needs would be selfish. I've heard this from a lot of women. I say, well, what would happen if you said, I need this? And there's an internal voice that says, that would be so selfish. And you say, yeah, it is. That is. Yeah, it would be so selfish. Isn't that great? That's your only hope, is to start with yourself. Start with yourself. But that's a big obstacle that you run into. So all these different things that are on the list the things that come up that are in between the session saying, I will do this, and actually doing it. First poem that ever touched me when I was in high school was T.S. Eliot, Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock. And he said, between the spasm and the creation falls the shadow, for life is very long. Between the idea and the reality falls the shadow, for life is very long. So there's this big gap between I want it and I bring it into the world. So don't be shocked when the person makes commitments and doesn't keep them. Use them as the basis for finding out what needs to be connected with, what are the obstacles, where does the commitment need to happen. That's one part. The other part is there's a commitment to do something, and something comes up in the process. So they're going to have this conversation and they flip out and have a panic attack, or they're supposed to do this in their work and some crisis happens. So whatever happens instead of what's in the plan book is telling you what else needs to be included for the plan to be inclusive of all the important parts of the system. So just notice what I'm saying, that the notion of commitment to action and to practice, it's a big one. And it brings up a lot. But in whatever it brings up, that's where all of the deepest connections are. So make the commitment and then get feedback, 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 feedback. What you declare during the session is just a starting point. What happens when you go to make that declaration real is where the work really is. Okay, so maybe we'll, yeah. So let's do an exercise with that. So what I'd like to do is just have a brief example, and this will be the exercise that you practice, about this sort of interview or conversation you have with somebody after they've touched some significant changes in the session, about what they can do to bring that out into their real life. And we can use generally the 7 steps as a way to thinking about what needs to be touched in that conversation. So let's go ahead and demonstrate that. So Richard, Oksana, do we have the magic wheel?
We got it, but I have to turn off your screen for a sec.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Окей.
Okay.
Андрей, мы сейчас поделимся нашим экраном.
Here we go.
Okay. And we are
Wow.
Okay.
waiting.
Now
Okay,
we-
great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
How we leave regular time, going into the
Wheel
cosmos.
of Fortune.
Now the wheel is spinning through multiple infinite universes. And the gods feel there's somebody, yes, somebody in particular. Who could it be?
Gilligan. Torregrosa.
Belen Torregrosa, congratulations.
Are you here? Oh, wait, I got it.
Okay, we can
Stop.
stop share.
Okay.
Steve, you can share your screen now with
Okay.
your exercise slide.
We're back. Where is our winner?
Belen, are you here?
Or
Milan, is it? What is
Milan?
what's
B-E-L-E.
the Spanish name? Any Spanish speaker? Can you tell us how do you pronounce that name?
Yes, the
Belen.
name is Belen, but
Belen.
he's not present. You can look for anybody in the participants list, and I've searched for her, and he's not. in the room.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
She's not in the room.
Okay.
Okay,
So
let's do.
let
Going
us,
back to Will.
the gods
Andrei,
of goddesses dip back into the
Okay.
amazing.
just a second.
I'm ready. I'm waiting. Here we go, guys.
Here
Here
we
we
go.
go.
Round and round, round we go. Where we stop. Who is that person who has been summoned to the great quantum conversation?
Ah, it's Celine. Celine
Celine
Godot.
Godot.
Yes,
Congratulations.
I'm here.
Okay, you're here.
Great. Okay. Share your screen with slides now if you want to. And everyone, please turn off your video and microphones, except Celine, of course. Ready to adventure?
Yeah, Celine's not in the frame yet.
Yeah, we are waiting.
Andre, do you see Celine to put her in the frame? There.
There you
Yes.
are. Hi, Celine.
Hello.
Hey, where are you? You look
Uh,
like it's hot there or something.
I'm living in France, but we met us in Spain. I made the generative coaching in 2018
In Barcelona.
in Barcelona. Yeah,
Yeah. Hi, nice to see you.
nice to see you again.
Yeah, you look a little serious there. It's just,
Well, that's really weird because I was pretty exhausting, and this is something that I've mentioned to the group, and now my heart is beating like a bit stressed.
are you up for the conversation?
Sorry.
Are you up for the conversation?
Yes, I think so. In fact, when the wheel was running, I was mentioning, if it's me, am I ready? And I say, yeah, I am ready. So
Cool.
this is my turn.
Welcome. Hi. And I really sincerely just want to extend my support to you. So really see if we can have a conversation about.
Just to mention, I'm seeing you in a little picture, and I have the big exercise 7 dance of the integral self in the screen. It's okay.
Sorry, say that again.
But I can see you only in a little picture, and I have the big one of exercise 7. So it's just.
You know what? I'm gonna.
Okay,
Celine, Steve, you're good. Celine, you need to pin the image that you want to see, the one where you're in the frame.
On the upper part of the screen, you can see view options, and please choose open this and choose side-by-side mode.
Yeah.
So
Got
then you can see like vertical divider on the screen, and you can actually move it on the right and on the left part.
Okay.
Okay. Good.
Is that changing?
Yes, I got it.
Okay. So let's take a.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, probably turn that on, and you can only see your shadow self with the light off. Shall we just take a few moments to sort of settle down and just see to the best of our ability what kind of just a friendly, kind, mutually respectful connection that we might be able to find, so that we just have this sort of curious, kind-hearted space that we can share. And again, I just say that that's my commitment to the conversation, is to just see how we can do something that's supportive of you and allows you to have a sense of what you can do to support whatever it is that you're looking to create in your life. I don't know if there's anything in particular that you found helps you to feel that connection inside of you. You know, say in places in nature, spiritual places, sort of relationships with people. Any places that you would mention in that regard?
I feel still dispersed. My mind is like trying to get.
Yeah. And so I hope it's okay if I just make a few process comments along the way. You know, to just say, so from that feedback, you hear that we're not quite ready to venture into the conversation proper, because Celine's saying that if I'm hearing correctly, that there's sort of a I don't know, scattered feeling in the head, or
I'm entering yet in crash.
so maybe we can step away from the conversation just to where do you find a good sense of safety or simplicity or connection in your life? And you know, if we just found that and didn't do anything else in the whole session, what would be a good base for you? Something simple, something that's on your terms. Do you want to?
I think that I'm just connecting with yesterday. I found my alignment, taking my power stick. I practice shamanism, so my stick is also helping me to connect with the alignment and power and the protection.
Yeah. Do you actually have that stick where you are right now?
No, I'm not.
Yeah. But your shaman nature can presumably feel it even without its physical presence.
Yeah.
That's good. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. That we really want to include your shaman stick. And shall we just slow down and let the shaman stick be part of our conversation? And all the wonderful wisdom that it carries about grounding and connection and all sorts of things. Yeah. All sorts of things. What happens when we connect a little bit with that?
My stick is giving me much more force
Yeah.
and ground.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I have, you know, from my Aikido practice, which I haven't done formally for 12 years. I still have all my swords, and I have the long Joe stick. I don't know if you know that long stick, and I have the wooden bokan. And I brought those out into my bedroom about 5 months ago, and really cool to just make that connection with that wooden stick. Is I was always taught, you know, in holding those weapons, that you're bringing all your energy to one point, and then you're letting it flow through the stick.
In fact, yesterday in the exercise, it was one of my tools I used to break the gate that was my obstacle.
Awesome. So you clubbed it over the head with a stick.
I start with a wood one, but it was not enough, so I transform it in a very powerful one of like a Jedi.
Yeah. That's cool. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah.
So again, I hope it's okay if I just comment. So this first step of finding a coach field, it's simple, but it takes what it takes. And if we tried to do the conversation before we had that place, whenever we got to the challenge points, it would create a lot of problems. So, you know, we're taking the time and settling, and Celine saying, I need my shaman stick. And I know that I can use it in a lot of ways. And if it need be, I can club the damn obstacle over the head with it. That's good to know. That's good to know.
In fact, I don't have my power stick, but I have my drum, and I have the stick, and I'm thinking also in the stick of a the rattle, no, to play the drum. I don't know.
Yeah, we call them drumsticks. Yeah.
Mm.
What do you call them? What's the French name?
La maillotche.
Ah.
The drum is a tambour, and the stick is a maillotche.
Yeah, that's cool. Let's breathe that in. Let's breathe that in.
Mm.
Good to know that, just to find a basic connection to your true self. A drum, stick, the breath, the connection. How's that feel?
For me, it's powerful.
Yeah.
I'm feeling like empowered.
Yeah. And you know, I think you probably know, some days that's all you can really do. It's just come back to the shaman stick.
Mm.
That's all you can ask of yourself. Just come back to that. So you're mentioning that you had some experiences in the group, or maybe in the last couple of days. I'm curious if there's one thing that you've touched upon this weekend that you feel I really want to carry this more fully back into my life. What might that be? There's one thing that you want to take back.
That's in fact, yesterday it was difficult for me to express it because I have to go back to Paris, and each time I have to go back to Paris, that's I enter into a crash moment, and I need to quit Paris, but I'm not able to get a direction, and it was this that we were seeing yesterday, and to see what will be my next step.
Yeah.
I profoundly know that I have to quit this city. My body tell that. I'm getting ill in this city, but it's like, well, it will be the first time for me in my life to say that I can quit everything without knowing what is the next.
Yeah.
And or on the other side, I would be more shaker if I would know who would be the next step, would be the next city or whatever. What about after?
Are you a Paris native?
No.
Yeah.
No.
So something when you feel what your next step is, what your next challenge is, it is something about not losing yourself in the Paris situation and being able to let that go and find where you're supposed to be in your life.
Mm.
Are you there, Celine?
Yes, I am.
Sorry, your image disappeared for a second.
Yeah. It's written as unstable connection. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that sounds, when you say that really touches me, like it really feels like a really beautiful, positive intention. That in order to stay connected with yourself, you can't go back to living in Paris. Did I understand that correctly?
I will take my. I'm hearing some sounds. That's really interesting. Is that there is sounds around in the house, and it's disturbing me. And I'm just wondering what is this kind of interference are in my life.
Yeah. That better? You heard me?
Yes, I hear. Sorry. I was just thinking about this interference. What does it, what do they mean?
Well, they don't call those shaman sticks talking sticks for nothing, right? I'm sincere. Maybe as you hold that question, you can come back to your shaman stick and find the answer that's already there. Yeah. Or finding if you start going to the outer parts of your mind, it's so hectic that you sort of come to the place where you can't do that any longer. There's something about the shaman stick brings you a little bit more close to that connection with the quiet place. That if I'm hearing you correctly and understanding you correctly, you're saying you're feeling called to come back to that place, to find that place.
To find the right place, to find the right place. That is the first time that I know that I have to go out of Paris.
Yeah.
I know from where I have to fly, but know where I have to land.
Yeah, I hear you.
Something like that.
And so, in this conversation, we're talking about the outer world and the inner world. The outer world, of course, is Paris. I mean, it's obviously an inner state for you. You say, I need to step away from Paris. What I was also asking you to do is using the shaman stick to feel the inner neighborhood, the inner place. It's really, really important for you to come home to. And as sure as you can feel your hand holding the stick, you can feel that whole tradition of shamanism and the connection with the sticks and the drum, and about helping you find a deeper connection to your language, to your knowing, to your safe place, to your true nature. That, whatever ways, living in cities or living out in the world, really sounds like it did some damage to those places, or at least accessibility. Come back home. And you can see, if I live in Paris, I can't feel this place anymore. That's good to know. That's great to know. You can feel that place is always there. Always there. All you need to do is feel the drum. When I was younger, I used to be part of these communities that would have 3-day music concerts, you would call them. They were pretty far out experiences, and go into some pretty far out states. And the guiding principle is, if you get too far out, just listen to the drum, feel for the drum. Feel the drum. Feel the drum. Boom. And realize that everything else is commentary. Everything else is gossip. Feel the drum.
My drum is just there, 1 meter there, so I feel it.
Would you like to bring it into the conversation?
I might.
So I just point out again that you're going at a rate that allows a person to feel the connection to each step. And I think it was pretty clear that when we started, Celine was saying, there's a lot of stuff here. And so if you tried to do the 7 steps in that state, you'd get some really nasty stuff. So we start with the coach field. She said, my shaman stick, holding it, the drum. And does your drum have a name?
No, I didn't give him a name, but this is a special relation.
Yeah. And can I invite it to let its voice come into the conversation? Can you play a few connections with it? Can I hear a few drum beats?
Yeah.
So I just invite you to feel that connection, the drum beat, your heartbeat, inside your heartbeat.
Mm.
Time to let go of a lot of toxic environments and live from a way that can be connected to your spirit, to your heart, to the drum. Welcome. Welcome. So you think you're ready for our next question?
Mm.
So just ask you, and again, I'm not asking this mind to answer it, but to let this mind answer it. What would be one thing that would be helpful to do in the next week that allows you to begin this process of living from that quiet, positive connection? One thing, and just imagine you, ask you to imagine what comes out from below. Just sort of admit, well, my head it doesn't really know. That's why I'm coming back to the shaman stick and to the drum beat. Maybe the drum can speak, your heart can speak. One thing that would be a good way to find this peace out in the world. Anything come up from there?
It's like making more space, more I'm so upset in my mind of the condition of living in Paris and the job and so on, that it's overcoming. It's overlapping all the good things that I can find everywhere.
Yeah.
But I've seen that here currently I'm in the south of France, and if I go to the nature, I'm able to just have fun looking a snail or just looking a poppy, and I can take time to look at the bee in the poppy, and I feel so good. I'm so connected to the nature.
Yeah. That's cool. That's cool. That feels really deep and resonant, and when I listen to you speak from that place. Really cool. So,
But for me, it's like when I go to Paris, it's like I was another person.
yeah,
I'm so, yeah.
May
Everything is upsetting me in the city.
Yeah. May I ask how old you are?
42.
Do you know there was this Swiss psychologist who used to say the first 42 years belong to other people. You're basically carrying all their voices inside of you. The second 42 belong to you. That was Carl Jung. Yeah. So it feels like you're at this big shift, and it's like confusing, scary, necessary. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and sometimes to times I'm feeling that I'm just in the step before this shift, this big shift.
I hear you.
Part of me is conscious of that I need to make this shift, but obviously part of me is really afraid of this unknown.
Yeah.
And this is very curious because effectively when I make shamanism, I'm traveling in another world that I don't know, but I'm very confident.
Yeah.
And also in my past life, I've never feared about the unknown. From France, I went to Spain without knowing nobody, without no money, and it was easy for me to find a job, to find a flat or whatever, and without thinking that everything will not be okay. But now that I've a longer career, I've more resources, I would say at several levels, it's more difficult for me to make this shift.
Yeah, life gets more complicated. I've been sort of reviewing when I was 20 years old, I lived in the Santa Cruz Mountains. I had no responsibilities to other people. It was just me. And it was I didn't realize how simple I had it, I could like get up and do anything. But now, my God, all these, career things, and it's like it sort of brings a level of complexity. It's like, yeah.
And I know that I'm not in the more complex situation. I have no children. I have no property. I mean, technically, it's quite easy.
Yeah.
But emotionally, there is something that is not working.
So if I'm hearing correctly, and by the way, I just want to comment to you and to the others that when Celine says, okay, so I open to this and this, I feel I need to be in nature. I need to have deep connections with non-human beings, snails and bees and plants. That's what I need as my base. And then the obstacle would be, yes, but what if? Oh my God! And so that's what we're anticipating. The yes, is that answer. I know for me, it feels really deep and resonant when you speak from that place. I need to get out of the city. I need to connect with nature. South of France, maybe. I need to feel my conversation with bees and plants. That's what I know I need to connect with myself, to start letting go of all this toxic, crazy shit that somehow I took on. I just want to let you know it feels really clear you talking about that. And I send you lots of support, for you learning. That's your base. It's your base. That's your base. And whenever you start to feel that's just feedback that you've drifted away from your base, as will happen. I prophesize. Many times you'll find I'm back in the fucking human bullshit world. I'll know it because when I know stick, drum, nature, heart, just this beat, just this breath. That's all. Just this moment. That's all. And then the next and the next, but who knows? If I'm hearing correctly, you've learned that it's hard to trust human beings about who knows. But maybe the birds and the bees and the flowers and the trees, they're worth having conversations with.
For me, the nature is also a good master
Yeah.
of mindfulness and
Yeah.
being the present.
So can we maybe just take a few moments, you do with your eyes open or closed. You can imagine holding the shaman stick or not. Feel your connection. That's your true nature. The nature, the pulse, the beat. And that's a place that nothing can never damage. It's always there. And at 42 years old, feel now's the time to move from listening to other people's voices. Do this, be that. Give me this. You can't do that. Finding your own voice. Connected to nature. You breathe that in. That's your mind. That's your true mind. Say where to live next. Not the head. The drum beat of the heart. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. 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 And you can discover why bees like to dance and fly, why flowers like to smile, why drums like to talk, why shaman sticks like to shake. Why? The truth. And feel that beautiful connection to all of that. Just sense what it might be like to come back to this each day throughout the day. Just this. And know that anything real, anything true comes from this connection. If there's any way you want to touch that place, you want to feel your mind bond with that place, you want to feel your breath connect you to that place. That's a good thing. It's a good thing. That's you. And what comes out of that place is a song for the ages. So, Celine, I hope it's okay if we just sort of pause there, because I want to make sure we have time for the others to explore this with each other. Anything you want to share from that place?
That's interesting. And for me, it's quite again a signal that we could not finish this exercise because I just have several signals that each time that I want to know the next step, I can't access to this information. So
Sorry, each time you want to know the next step, then what?
I can't get the information.
Well,
so maybe I have to just to dip in the presence, and it will appear one day.
yeah. Why not today? It's there already. Why not now? It's sort of scary, huh? You to claim your power, you to let go of whatever abusive places that you were tied to. It's scary.
Mm.
But it is right there now. What I'm hearing from you is the important thing is to listen to the simplicity of nature.
Yeah.
And to realize that that has to be enough. Because if I do anything more, I re-injure myself. I damage myself. And may take the rest of your life to really understand all the subtle nature of that, but you don't need to understand that to realize I need to come back to nature right now.
Mm.
Right now.
Thank you, Steve.
I send you a lot of big brother support, Celine.
Well, David.
I've been in some of those places in my own way. So I send you a lot of support.
Thank you. Merci.
Okay. Okay, if we stop here.
Yeah.
Okay, if we ask people to turn their cameras back on.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. And so you all want to turn your cameras on? Ah, there we go.
Céline, je t'envoie tout mon soutien.
We're with you.
Merci.
Tu as tout mon soutien, Céline.
Bien, Céline.
Все будет хорошо, у тебя получится.
C'est tout mon soutien.
Session was beautiful.
No idea.
Thank you, Celine.
Alles Gute.
Thank you.
Nous
All
sommes
the
avec
best.
toi, Céline.
You're
Yes,
no friends
please.
alone
Nous
in the
sommes tous
beautiful
avec toi,
Congrats,
Céline.
Celine.
You're an
Bravo.
amazing
Thank you,
person,
Celine.
Celine.
Beautiful.
Спасибо.
Have my
We're
support.
with you,
Bravo.
sister.
Thank you, Céline.
Thank you.
resonates for all
Thank
of
you.
us.
Or-
You
Merci.
deserve it, Céline. You're
You're
enough.
beautiful.
Yeah, so now
What a
sometimes
resonant soul you are.
I ask people, say, if this was your family growing up, do you think we'd be having this conversation right now?
Céline, mes esprits t'accompagnent sur ton chemin du chaman.
I mean, if this
Merci.
was your family, Paris would probably be great. Although I've learned the city life is not for everybody. Not for everybody. Thank you for sharing this really core piece of your journey, Celine. I hope you can feel and see that it touches a lot of people, that you're not alone in it.
Thank you. And my drums also thank you. You can't see it very well.
Okay, so in the exercise, we did just a couple of the steps, and I hope it's clear that if we rush through and try to do every step, probably would have been traumatizing. So you see what it took to just get that coach field with the center. And we found through the talking stick, to the drum, to just the slowing down, and it was there. And then we heard, I need to leave the city because it's killing me, right? And the sort of obviously that's not a fully positive intention. That's what you don't want to do anymore, what you have to stop doing. And the positive version of that is that I need to reconnect with nature. And so as that reconnection with nature, those connections are what brought us to the coach state. And you see that any attempt to go faster than that reactivates, was really clear, that sense of the pounding voices in the head. So you have to respect the organic intelligence of a person, right? And that's what you're really trying to help somebody to learn on their own. My only real hope is if I honor and respect my organic intelligence, my body, my history, my connections. I have to find a way how to enter that and to bring loving kindness into that. And I don't know, you never know beforehand how it's going to happen, but that's what we're learning in the coaching, and hopefully setting up ways. That's how we learn after the session. And I think once you start to find that way, it changes everything. It changes everything. You realize my mind up here can never be put in control. It's basically a bureaucrat, right? You don't want the bureaucrats in control. It doesn't know anything except its past. That to do anything creative, I have to feel a connection deeper into my center. And whatever it takes, it takes. And I can't say that. I can't say how long it should take and exactly the way, but I'm willing to find out. So my sort of mantra that I often have in working with people is touch me, teach me, touch me, teach me. And that's what we're inviting the client to learn about their relationship to themselves. My only hope is to give up this illusion that my ego can control the world. And so I need to find this connection to my deeper intelligence. Touch me, teach me. And then you realize it's not the way that other people think it should be, but shit, it's me. It's me. That's all I can be. It's me. Okay, so we're gonna break. You're gonna have 90 minutes. You're gonna, as usual, 15-minute break, 15-minute discussion, and then you're gonna have a conversation with you and your partner, 30 minutes each way. We'll come back at 30 minutes after the hour, whatever, in 1.5 hours, whatever time that is for you. That'll be 1:30 here, California time. Bring that spirit and bring that invitation to people, connect with themselves, find out what they want to bring into the world, sense what they need to connect with, the obstacles they need to engage in order to make that happen. Okay. See you in 90.
Recording in progress.
Okay. I think it's recording now that my inner voice just told me that. So, hi, welcome back, everybody.
Hello.
Hi. Let's take a little bit of time for any sharing or questions about what happened in your exercise or otherwise. And again, I would invite people, particularly who haven't gotten to share yet. Who's first in line there?
Michaela.
Michaela? Yeah. Great. Go ahead. You're up. Please introduce yourself.
I am Mihaela. I'm from Romania. And I want to share with you the experience in the previous exercise and also part of the Friday exercise. I was guided by Maxine. I came up with a topic after noticing your previous exercise with Celine, mentioning to Maxine that I would have felt guilty if I didn't took the client through the process. I'm an engineer. I graduated computer. So this is how I started. And the intention was that I actually wanted to surrender to the connection with the client. And Maxine noticed something and mirrored me very well, that the connection I was missing was more to myself, in putting myself on top of my priorities. This came out of the discussion. In the end, it was very nicely rephrased with the resources combined together. I think the metaphor works best, the one from the Friday exercise where I worked for self-love. I found the water being my resource, and I made an anchor that every time I see, I touch, or I drink water, I will remember myself to love myself. So thank you, Maxine, for that, and I wanted to share it with you all.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Mihaela. Were you raised Catholic?
Christian Orthodox. It's very
okay. So I'm going to
Catholic.
say, if you're raised Catholic, there's probably no hope getting over your guilt, but otherwise, there's hope. and again, we would see those as these underlying obstacles that really are blocking us from just letting ourselves be ourselves. And, like I say to clients often, it's hard enough. Life is already hard enough. If you're perfectly in a self-love state, life would still be really hard. Life is just, there's some parts of life that are really, really hard, and some parts that are just nasty to deal with. Why would you want to make it worse? Why would you want to make it worse? So really taking a look at that, and again, it forces us to sort of just question our beliefs in many, many, many ways. Like I should be doing it this way. I mean, that's an obvious sign I'm not doing it right. I should be different. I should be acting different. I shouldn't have these thoughts. Those are the signs that, I used to say to clients a lot, my clinical diagnosis as a licensed psychologist is you're possessed by aliens. And, I thought it was a little joke and about 80% of people would say, I know. But that Carl Jung quote that has been so helpful for me, we just appreciate the first half of our lives. We're living from other people's definitions and other people's values and other people's minds. That's just what what childhood is. We don't have the maturity to know our own mind and to really speak our own truth. So we're really carrying other people's hypnosis, if you will. And somewhere around midlife, you know, we have this challenge that I have to find my own voice. I have to find my own voice. And you might say, well, with those millions of voices that are inside of me, how would I know which one is mine? And I think a basic answer to that is because when you hear your voice, you get more quiet and your sense of self expands. That's how you know it's your voice speaking. If, on the other hand, when you're listening to an inner voice and you feel smaller, you feel overwhelmed, that's alien possession. Okay? Because your voice, when it speaks to the truth of your being, the result will be quietude and expansiveness. And you see, it's hard. It's hard work really coming to find and then make the commitment to live from your voice and your truth. So thanks a lot for sharing that.
Thank you.
Okay, somebody else? Who's that up there?
Rob.
Yeah.
Rob Correll.
Hey, Rob.
Correll is the next.
Hi, Steve.
Hi.
I came up against a big one in the last exercise. So
a big resource or a big obstacle, or
a big obstacle. So what I came up with was, in order to bring what I want to bring into the world, which is like create a space of belonging in actual creation. It's like I'm creating a community dance event, and I want 60 people in there. I was thinking about, like, why can't I get to 60? Like, why is that impossible to me to actually see 60 people in the room? And what came up for me was that.
Sorry, Rob, if I might just for a moment interrupt and saying, if you look at Rob when he's holding that question, you could predict that there would be no insightful answer that would come from that state in which he's asking the question. So go ahead. Sorry for interrupting.
So the answer was, I need to get in touch with, and I was using your language because I like your language. I needed to go through that tunnel and get to the ever-present source.
Yeah.
And to give you a little bit of, and what came up for me in the exercise was, I can't find it. And then what came up for me was like, so I studied theology, right? I used to be an evangelical Christian. I then studied Catholic theology in Fribourg, which at that point was like the Center of Liberation Theology. And through the process of that, I actually lost my connection to the source. And I'm not going to use the G word here. And what I need now to do what I need to do. My master thesis was about Martin Buber's philosophy of religion. And the centerpiece of that is the term Gottesfinsternis, the darkness of God. Like, God is no longer, you can't feel him, you can't see him. And we don't know if he's going to arrive again, but we do know, or when, but we do know where. It's going to be in community. It's going to be in belonging. And so anyway, that was all coming up for me at the same time. And my coach then sort of led me through some steps, and I can't reconstruct them now, but the ultimate outcome of it was I was taken to an experience this morning when I actually felt community and belonging in the group that I am creating. It was like so palpable and present. Mm-hmm. And sort of the answer to the question came to me then. It was like, this is not a theoretical answer. There is no tunnel except the one that I actually was experiencing concretely in that room this morning.
Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Speaking of Germany and Christian mysticism, it sort of reminds me of Meister Eckhart's, saying that that which we are looking for is that which we are looking with. And so the act of trying to find that connection is what is making it unavailable. So it's a really tricky, place, isn't it? But I think in some ways, ultimately, it requires just total surrender. And that's, I think, we begin to look at our conditioned terror of surrender. If I totally release my mind, if I totally let go of all belief, what would happen? And again, it's not a question for here, but it's just noticing what the conditioned response is. And for most people, there's a precognitive primordial terror, I think, that puts us in a place where we know that what we're doing is not helpful to our cause. We know all this control and this worry and this endless intellectualizing, it's not working. But it seems like the lesser of two evils when we have that sort of unconscious, implicit terror of complete nothingness. So it's an interesting process. I agree with you. Where are you now? Where are you from? UK?
I live in Switzerland. I'm originally from the United States, but I've been in Switzerland for 40 years. We had some wonderful dinners in Ticino a few years ago in the 12-day course in Locarno.
Oh, okay. There you go. Okay. Yeah. Locarno. Great. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
Good luck with everything.
Thank you. It's going to work out.
Okay. So who was next? Wasn't there?
Maria Mironova, she was next. Maria, okay. Could you raise your hand in the reactions? Okay, here she is. Maria.
Hi, you can introduce yourself, Maria. Yeah, your mic is off.
And now must be okay. Yeah. Hello, I'm Maria from Moscow, Russia, and I'm really happy to be here. And now these words sound for me in a different way, because in this last exercise, I just recognized, got known, I understood, and it was such a revelation that I wasn't raised up for happiness. It's such a strange thing.
I've never met a Russian person who was. Almost as bad as the Irish. Don't even think about being happy.
The cultural wound.
Yeah.
Impressive. Yeah, and it was such a simple truth for me that I felt even a bit shy about it. Well, how? Now I can be happy. Well, I'm sensitive, I'm compassionate, I can do a lot of good things to the world. Why should I suffer for it?
That's right.
Really. So I'm very thankful to my coach Nigel and to you, Stephen, for all this knowledge and the light that you bring to the light.
You're lucky to have Nigel for a coach, huh?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks so much. And again, my Irish cynicism really needs to point out that this feeling won't last. It's impermanent. And so what's really important, Erickson used to say, Milton Erickson used to say often after somebody had this really deep experience, memorize that feeling. know that it's there, it's possible. Just really let yourself, because later on your mind is going to doubt it, say, oh, it's bullshit, it's whatever. So take that moment to memorize it and remember it, and then know that you'll lose it. And so, what Rob was just talking about, and to me, the important part of the work that Selena and I were doing is we have to find what is our way back to the unconditioned consciousness. Because anytime we get into the conditioning, it's not pure. So we're trying to remember, I just touched something that I don't think was made up by the human mind. And I just need to remember that as if my life depended on it. And I know that I'll forget it. But hopefully, I know for me, one of the best ways for me to remember it at this point is when I'm really miserable, when I'm really, really feeling terrible, which is not that uncommon. And I start to feel, oh my God, there's no hope. And something inside of me says, okay, you're dissociated. And anything you think inside of that place is just going to dig your hole deeper. Yeah. We have an American saying, when you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. And so you realize, this is where I have to turn it over. I have to turn it over to my experience of a higher power as I understand it. So that's great. So thank you so much. Good luck with it.
Thank you so much. Also, Maria is our new translator star. She will translate your last 2 articles you graciously shared in the book.
Great.
Yes.
Nice to meet you, Maria. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. I'm honored.
Okay, we have just one more.
Yeah, it was left.
Mr. Dipsky.
Yeah.
Hello, Stephen. Just a short one.
Yeah.
A short report on the results of your session.
Right, your session.
Just now, for the first time, I had an experience of my ancestors appearing as a resource.
Oh, wow.
So it was very interesting.
Yeah.
It's really a step in a good direction, I feel.
Did you get any help from Marta on that?
No, it was.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much.
Something that came up very, very spontaneously.
What was the experience, if I might ask? What was the spontaneous experience?
I saw the role of it. Up till now, it was just the male ancestors sitting over here on the shelf, cheering me up, giving me advice, and
wow.
waiting for me. So it was really very good experience. Really good.
You look great. Thank you so much for sharing. And I think we've seen, not only from your sharing, but from others, that our cultural ancestral background is often got a lot of shadow in it and a lot of suffering. And so it's one of the more challenging sort of creative mind contexts to really deeply connect with for many of us. I mentioned, as an American, I've got multiple cultural backgrounds. I have 2 grandparents from Ireland, one from Northern Italy, one from Germany. But the Irish part is, for whatever reason, the one I always most deeply resonate with. And when I was, doing these journeys of go back into positive ancestors, I went back 1 generation. Is really, it's all depression and darkness and alcoholism. A second generation, same. A third generation, same. And I started to panic. And again, those panics, sort of what, like I was saying to Maria, when you feel like you're totally freaking out, that's the sign that your only hope is to surrender. And so I had this sense that this fear momentarily, there's nothing but depression and darkness in my cultural lineage. And then I was able to come back to Coach just for a moment. And I realized, no, that's never the unconditioned state. That's a result of some really nasty shit that happened along the way. So I said, just keep going, keep going, keep going. And it took me, interestingly, it was really sort of surprising, back to the 5th century. And that was when the Catholics came to Ireland. St. Patrick was, brought the Catholic religion, and the story is he drove out the snakes. Well, there's no snakes in Ireland. There's no snakes in that environment. So the snakes were all the indigenous spiritual, the Celtics and the Druids and so forth. They killed them all. So that connection, it took me 1,500 years of dropping back until I really found it. And then, there's a beautiful Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese Buddhist monk, where you're going through all these generations. And once you feel what he calls the lineage jewels, you find someplace, wow, my Polish cultural lineage has got such beauty and love in it, each of our cultural lineages. And that's what I want to connect with. And then Thich Nhat Hanh says, then you witness how he, in his Buddhist words, some of the generations were unlucky, which means they went through a lot of terrible stuff. It could be war, could be famine, could be revolution, whatever. And during that time, the jewels got sort of covered with dirt, with suffering. And so consciously you could know they were not visible. But in the process, what you feel that these lineages that are the core of my being, the jewels are unbreakable. Okay? And so once we have a taste of it somewhere, we're looking to go inside. And that's why you need to take time sometimes. That's what with Celine, we just had to take the time to find that connection to nature. We couldn't rush into it. Once you get into that, then all the level of suffering is a secondary level. It's hard, it's tough, you can feel, shit, I can't stay here too long. I can only touch it for a little while, then I got to back out. But you realize that's not who I really am, that the deepest part of me is not pain. The deepest part of me is not darkness. The deepest part of me is this unwounded, unwoundable spirit of light. Am I lucky or what? So that's our starting point. So I'm glad you found it today through that. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
I hope you don't find me cynical, y'all, by saying I prophesize that you will forget it. Because we're just trying to be realistic. That we touch it and then we lose it. And then we touch it again and then we lose it. That's life. That's usually how it happens for most of us. Okay. Let's take a few moments to do that closing walk through the 7 steps. So this is an exercise I was mentioning with daily practices. And I was saying that roughly speaking, it's good to have half of your time just quieting exercises. So not thinking about this or that, but just coming back to that quiet place of presence. And then the other half are practices where you're envisioning, rehearsing, sensing who you want to be and what it is that you want to create in the world. So this is an example of something that you can have clients, you can do. It's something that I suggest to clients as part of their daily practice. It's walking the timeline in a very simple way. So we usually say, sit down, do your quieting practice, and then for the second half, stand up and do this practice of seeing the timeline, feeling where you are, sensing what you want to create. And this could be just that day, or for, say, Rob, what you were talking about. I want to create the successful event. That could be the end of your timeline. But you set up the timeline and then you just slowly, like 3 or 4 times slower than an ordinary movement, just walking through the 7 steps. It's a way to feel that deep structure as part of the underlying rhythm of your consciousness. Okay, so let's stand up. And we'll end on this note. So wherever you feel is your starting point, you feel that that's the beginning of the timeline. Okay. And just feel in front of you, you can feel it like stepping stones, you could feel it like hopscotch, you feel it like just a journey. And there's a pot of gold at the end of that journey. There's your creative goal. And you have a sense of that's where I want to direct myself. That's my vision of what I want to create in the world. Okay? So then, step 1, start with yourself. Until you connect to yourself and through yourself, nothing creative will happen. I give my first attention to my center, not to anybody else, not to any other thing. First connection, center. So you know what we've been talking about: straight posture, vertical axis, heaven, earth. Relax the muscles. Give yourself gentle, positive suggestions. Time to come back home. Nothing else to do. I'm okay. Right here. Bring your mind to your breath. Your breath is your first mind. And we're really looking throughout the day to harmonize the mind and the breath. And the mind is inside the breath. That's good chi, good health, good creativity, good vibration. And I realize it's not just me. I belong to these amazing, amazing, amazing fields. I feel some of those fields to which you belong, your cultural fields, your ancestor fields. This creative mind community is a field. We've heard a lot about nature, spirit. First step. Some days that's all you can do. That's all you can do. That's okay. Then when you're ready, though, you take a step forward to the second step, which is from here. I have a sense simply, what are my values? What is my calling? What is it that I want to create? And let yourself represent it as a posture and a movement. It's always a good start. Somatic model. So you feel that like a Tai Chi movement. The whole purpose of Tai Chi is unifying the human awareness with all of nature. So the movement is the movement of nature. That's your somatic model, is unifying mind and nature. A necessary unity, as Gregory Bateson book, Mind and Nature. Necessary unity. And feel that sense of very simple, what I want to create is no more than 5 words, 1 word, 2 words, no more than 5. Something positive. Something that you can experience, something that you can feel out in the world, in you. Second step, what is your deepest intention? What is your commitment? What are your values? Embody it, envision it, speak it. And you're just making sure with each step, each nest, I still feel myself grounded in the field. A lot of times you start going into individual action, and then you realize, whoops, got to get back. Individual, collective field. One. And then you take a next step and just feel some of the many obstacles. This isn't going to be easy. And let yourself move. We've been talking about practice staying in a coach state, but opening wide, honestly. What are the obstacles? The old voices, the cultural shadows, the institutional barriers, the collective things like racism or misogyny, your family. And anytime you can just taste that, touch that, if you need to step back, go back to step 1 or step 2. You're not interested in going unconscious in your obstacles. Feeling it, coming back to coach. Feeling it, coming back to coach. Getting to know so much conditioning is telling you you shouldn't be alive, you shouldn't live, you don't deserve to be happy. Get to know this. Get to know that conditioning. It's all just unconscious bullshit. Get to know it. Hey, and bring your human consciousness, your lineage, your jewels. Say, I see you, I feel you. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Keep getting to know your obstacles and don't give your mind to them. To help you there, take another step. And just remember, wow, there's a lot of negative shit holding me down. But man, oh man, resources, mamul cookies. Man, oh man, salsa dancing. Man, oh man, that's so sweet beans in my life. Man, oh man, the people that I know that speak from heart and truth. Wow, so many resources. Just feel all them resources. And feel when I got this many resources and this deep a connection, all those obstacles, they can't get to me. I can get to them, but I keep on going. And the next step, you start feeling my challenge creatively is to weave all of this together. To not live in separate prison cells. Let's weave it into one home. Let's weave it into one country, one, well, Let's weave it. That's something that human consciousness can do. Weave it. Field. Individual. Becoming. Suffering and obstacles. Amazing, amazing resources. Don't stop. Keep going. Don't stop. Keep going. Dance it. Weave it. Let it become integrated. And then each time you do that, you take a step forward and say, this is what I want to live into the world. This is how I want to be in the world. This is the place that I live my life. This place, nobody can stop me except me. I step into the world and make a commitment. And then that final step, a lot of work. That's why the divine gives us so many days of our lives, so many moments. Practice, 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 practice resilience. You know, you're going to get knocked down many, 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 many times. One of the beautiful things about training in martial arts, you get knocked down over and over. You get back up stronger, more alive. Indomitable spirit. Practice, practice, practice. So you can feel in your journey through where are your weak points? Where do you need more attention? Where do you need more loving kindness? Where do you need more support? It's good to know there's always a weak point for each of us. There's always our strong point. Keep growing. Keep growing. Keep going. And I say to myself, what a wonderful world. At the end of that, you can let yourself open into a celebratory. Words of that great American, I'm the greatest. I am the greatest. I'm the greatest. You can't touch me. I'm too pretty. My face is too pretty. I'm the greatest. Muhammad Ali, indomitable spirit. Smile, fierce, loving. That's who you are. Live it every day. And then just let yourself take a few moments to feel how you've been making that journey over the last 3 days. Long journey. Just remember a couple days ago in the morning, all the experiences. I never know. We'll begin something like the 7 steps, how it's going to turn out. Let yourself review. That was really interesting. People I got to experience, the courage that I saw, the loving connections that I received. All a good example of who I want to be with me. What I want to bring back to my community. So take a moment to sense any vows you want to make to yourself, to your communities, in terms of what you want to live into the world. Vows, not from your head, but from the deep, deep, soft, infinite depth of your heart. Let yourself express gratitude. The incredible, incredible loving support that is offered to you everywhere you look, everywhere you go. The eyes of love and kindness are there. Thank you. Thank you. And then to honor the great lineage of the Earth Mother, Virginia Satir, how many hugs now? 5, 10. How many hugs?
Hundreds.
Hundreds. Thousands. Zillions, billions. Okay, so that's it. So before we leave, and by the way, I just want to remind you next month, in I think it's 4 weeks, we're really going to be focusing on the whole 3 days on this the creative states that you need to be in as a coach to be able to support people in making generative changes. We're really shifting from the traditional model where you're a professional expert that's supposed to know all the answers and have brilliant technique to you are a fellow human on the path. And it is by making full human use of yourself that you begin to allow a conversation where a person can begin to claim the full humanness of their self. So I'm really looking forward to it because I said it's such a vital central part of the work, and for whatever reason I've never had a whole 3 days primarily devoted to that. So I look forward to the next module with you. Thank you for a good 3 days. Hope it was helpful for you. And before we are in closing, just want to express our gratitude towards the team, and I'd like to start with the team leaders and ask everybody to turn off your cameras. So we just have the team leaders on the screen.
Who's my sweet girl?
Okay, everybody that's not a team leader, turn off your camera. Is we got everybody?
I turned it off.
Maggie, turn off your camera. Thank you. Daniel, turn off your camera. Okay, we got them, huh?
Did you get your stuff on the fridge? Yeah. Here, put this in the fridge.
Okay, folks. These folks here are the backbone. Ilona, you're not a team leader. This is the backbone of the whole community. You know, it's through these leaders that I think it all becomes a human reality. I know that none of this would be possible, particularly virtually, because we're already on a bit of a high wire, without these people who are our team leaders. So can you join me all? You can turn on your mics and send your appreciation.
Hey, bravo! Dziękuję, brawo, dziękuję, dziękuję. Dziękuję, dziękuję, dziękuję.
Cameras.
Thank you.
Dziękuję, dziękuję.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
Okay.
Jesse.
Team leaders, you can disappear. And now finally, our production team. I don't know if that's the best way to call them. So Richard and Oksana and all of the team that is supporting Richard and Oksana in producing
Ishan,
this.
Leonid, Kamna, Ilona.
Let me turn Ilona's video.
Yeah, turn Ilona.
Yeah, now Ilona. Z, are you there?
Let me find Ilona.
No, I think I told Z he could go home. He might be here.
But I would like to express gratitude verbally at least. I just would like to find Ilona and.
Okay, I'll find her. You express
So
gratitude.
it's.
Hold on, Ilona.
So thank you, everyone. Our really beautiful, kind, and effective team. Most of all, I would like to express gratitude to our, first of all, to our video engineers, Andrei, Volodya. Thank you very much. If you could join, I don't know if video engineers actually have videos or not.
Is somebody getting dental surgery right now?
That's better. Andrei, это было безупречно.
It was perfect, Andrei.
Yeah, Andre, can you come on the screen? Oh, come on. What are you, still in your pajamas? There you are. Oh, no. That's not Andre. All right.
Oh, and also, thank you very much. It was amazing. And
I still can't get Ilona.
Thank you very much to our.
Oh, wait. I got Ilona here.
Okay. More. Let's do more. Let's start video. Great.
Okay.
So now I would like to. Андрей, можно всех на экран запустить? Всех колонок. Hi, Ilona.
Победа.
So here is Ilona. Also, if Leonid Guzeev is here, also he can turn on the video. He's here, but I don't know. Leonid, ты можешь включить видео свое. So Leonid and also Z, our technical support, and also Kamna.
Yeah, Kamna, where'd you go?
Thank you, Kamna.
Thank you, Kamna.
Lovely to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also, our team who is not there is Antonio Meza, our artist who created all art for our virtual space of CM. And also Alexandra Sofiskaya, our designer who created the other part. And
I'd also just like to thank Stephen. Amazing work. Just thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Steve.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Better than watching Netflix.
Thank you, Steve. Thank
you, Steve. Thank you, everybody.
Steve, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Next module.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Steve. Dziękujemy.
Okay, so how do we say goodbye in 20 languages? Goodbye.
Do zobaczenia. Do zobaczenia. Widzenia, do zobaczenia. Do zobaczenia.
Lots of love.
Hasta
we
la
meet
vista,
again.
baby.
Hasta la vista, baby.
I think that was Rumi, right? Hasta la vista. I'll be back. One of those California governors.
We will send you some ma'moul sometime, Stephen.
I'm